Hello, weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is fish and chips, and it looks like Irene is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. It is time for our 17th TTRPG Tuesday, and my last... Oh, no. Sorry. Looking at an old script. Sorry about that. Because the last stream of last year was a TTRPG Tuesday. Oh no! I've revealed the fact that I script my opening sequences, mostly so that I can get all my patter correct. But anyway, once again, we are deep into the cleanup for ProtoDrive's next big public release. Today we'll be continue focusing on edits, layout cleanup, and table normalization in part 3 of the book. We finished parts 0, 1, and 2 already, so now we're just moving into part 3. That being said, I will also be happy to answer any questions you have about my games or TTRPGs in general as well. Plus, it's just nice to co-work sometimes, so feel free to join in with your own projects too. In particular, I actually just got my copy of, oh goodness, what's it called? Let's see, oh wow, my tracking really freaked out there, didn't it? I got my copy of Before the Bog God in yesterday, and the art on it is absolutely gorgeous. Makes me even more excited for Mork Soul, which is coming from the same group of people. Hello, Meat Stick. I hope you enjoy your lurk. But I've also got a copy of Apollo 47 on the way. And for those of you who think that name rings a bell but can't quite remember what it is, this is the longest game in existence by dint of being 30 pages of game and then like 1,000 pages of NASA documentation. So I'm very excited to have that brick of a book in my life finally. I missed out on the original Kickstarter, but discovered that it was doing, or they were doing print on demand for it as well. So I'm extremely excited for that. Anywho, as always, I will also be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as regular old conversations, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. Let's go ahead. Oh, and we'll get this started up and move on over. Well, Rock Dwarf, you should try it out if you want to know what the actual size redeem is. Feel like you're being baited, but it's working. Good, 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 good. There is a bit of a story to this, but I will keep the mystery if that's what you like. Story is fun. Okay, so one, I've always been obsessed with like actual size stickers, and in yeah, well, you might. You're probably on the right track. But yeah, no, like I've always found it really, really funny. Like there was a time in my late teens, early 20s where I constantly had I ordered a roll of actual size stickers that I would just slap on random products, because I thought it was funny as hell. Yes, this cucumber is actual size kind of a thing. I don't know why, I just think it's funny. But also it is a bit of a nod towards something that if you've seen the art of me outside of this, you'll notice that there is something missing from my model that is based around the fact that Twitch doesn't know the difference between a nipple and an areola. So basically, even if I was on model, even though I am following the letter of the policy, I would still get banned and or struck Hello, Gloria! What an amazing time for you to arrive! How are you doing this morning? Vaguely recall it, but I think you were stunned. You think you were stunned at the time. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Gloria, you posted a very helpful thing for Final Fantasy XIV earlier. I didn't have time to like dig deep enough into it to see if there was anything really actionable about it. You're scared about your swimsuit model having too much skin. Oh yeah. And listen, I mean, actually, I don't know. I haven't posted any of the raunchier art recently to Blue Sky, mostly because I haven't gotten any recently. But yeah, no, if you find some of the more on-model art of me, you will see that things are a little bit hanging out. And that is on purpose. Yes, you do need to follow me on Blue Sky. Let's see. I want to say there's a this? Was it this? Huh. I could have sworn that I had a rotation for that. Which command is it? Huh. I don't have one of those right now. Even our 18 Blue Sky as well, I understand. Yep. Well, either way, the Blue Sky is down in the doobly-doo below the video, even if it's not available in chat, so, you know, you can go do the thing. But yeah, no, it's one of those things, and it's like... It's one of those things where, yes, like, I am presenting it, that sort of thing in what is an intentionally sexual manner, but it's not in a way that is... I don't know. I don't feel like it's offensive, but it's the, like, it's there if you want it. It's not, like, it's just a body part if you don't, whatever kind of thing. I haven't decided if you want to swap yourself to a main and not safe for work Blue Sky, because, you know, yourself and the not safe for work would become the main. I mean, listen, originally, like, when I first signed up for Blue Sky, I did have separate accounts, and I do still technically have an After Dark account. But I kind of gave up because, like, again, like, why am I separating these two parts of my life? Like, I am not actively doing sex work, but I am occasionally writing about sex work, and I am occasionally doing short stories that, you know, some would argue count as. You had to separate your accounts because you wanted to attract sponsors. Hey, that's 100% fair. If that is part of your business, that is part of your business. I 100% understand. I don't know. I'm not... I'm not as in it for sponsorships. Who knows? That day may one day come, you know. Certainly if I want to make this a more active and lucrative part of my job, it may be coming a little sooner. Professional side of you wants to keep them split, but also see, like, that's the other thing, is like, I'm personally just against the sanitization of not safe for work content, and I fully understand that other people are not as, you know, strong about this, and, you know, you do you get your bag, all that good stuff. But, like, sex work and farming are the two oldest professions in the world, and both of them involve hoes. So if we can talk about farm work openly, why the hell can't we talk about sex work openly? You know? Because Puritanism, that's why. But yeah, I don't want to dive too deep down that one, because this is not the platform for that right now. I could make it the platform for that right now, but I'm not really feeling that today. It's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Yeah, positive health matters. Exactly. And, you know, again, you are in a position where you are actively seeking sponsorships, and that is the game you have to play. So this is not me throwing shade on you or anything of the sort. I fully understand that situation. Not safe for working. Blinking pictures, that goes into the After Dark. Now, okay, I will also admit to that a little bit. Like, you know, when it comes to the stuff that I tend to post on socials, it tends to be the more tasteful nudes and or pinup pictures and things like that, because that's what I'm most comfortable posting there. Now, if you were to go through my likes, well, you'd see some other stuff, but you know, that's a whole other thing. Anywho, we are here to get a little bit of work done today, so let's at least get through a couple of paragraphs. Sometimes might play out a whole session without getting in a car, or even several. It almost always eventually leads back to the driver's seat. This section's rules. Teach readers. Actually, I can just go with, we'll teach the mechanics of racing in ProtoDrive. This is the true core of the game and the main method of conflict resolution. Bless friend discords with not safe for work channels. Exactly. And, you know, the website. I will always, you know, add stuff to the gallery on the website for the come and go. That's always fun. In fact, I actually think I need to update that. I think I've gotten a few more pieces since the last time I updated it. So, like, not only does it, does that media exist in Discords, but it also exists in a permanent home online. Because websites, get this, can be permanent. It can be a place that you control and put your stuff. It's great. Also, goodness gracious, Demon School's OST is so fucking good. Banana intrigue, whatever blows are exchanged, it's all laid bare on the road. First, it's all eventually laid bare on the road. We're the first person to cross the finish line. Yeah. Is the clear winner? Yeah, there we go. So, racing basics. The time arrives that narrative play is no longer enough and the drivers either want to or have to get behind the wheel to solve their problems. It's time for a racing segment. Unlike the loosely organized conversational rules of roleplay, often conversational rules of roleplay, racing follows a turn-based structure with specific rules for what should be done when. Everything the drivers do during a racing segment will be centered on their car. Oh, everything the players will do. And because the... let's go with almost. So you got up and watched the first world race, and like in quick succession got like 60 DOSs in a row. Woof! While connectivity issue is a bad problem normally, this morning there was a clear actual attack. Yes. Well, and something somebody I know in cybersecurity pointed out to me is that Final Fantasy XIV, because of its popularity, has actually become a target of DDoSs, not because people are angry with Final Fantasy XIV, but specifically to test and show off the power of cyber attack and DDoS tools to, let's say, nefarious actors on the world stage. And so, like, it's this weird combination of, like, it is inconvenient for me as a person who is playing through those sorts of things, and I actually got to experience one of those this morning because I was running old dungeons. I was trying to clear up side quests and the like, and got dropped during one of them. But it's also kind of terrifying from the perspective of someone who just uses the network infrastructure of the world, you know, professionally. I mean, like, my goodness gracious, the work that I'm doing right now, literally right now as we speak, is in Google Docs. And yes, I do not like Google as a company, but it is probably one of the most comprehensive editing and, like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Word processing softwares in existence. And it's all 100% cloud-based. Like, yes, I can theoretically do this on my Chromebook, but even that eventually wants to talk back to the cloud, even if I have it set up to do offline mode, you know? Listen, if I could pay for a downloaded local version of Google Docs specifically, I probably would. I'm experimenting with, like, Open Docs and stuff like that, or Open Office. Cloud-based bit is the only thing that keeps you on Drive. Yeah, exactly. Now, granted, having easy access to my documents on whatever computer I log into, very, very useful. Outside of that, though, the actual, you kind of like LibreOffice. So comparatively, between Google Docs and LibreOffice's word processor, which one has more powerful layout tools? Because one of the things that made me jump into Docs and never look back was the fact that its layout tools are actually functional. And they do what I want them to do instead of like Word doing the thing where like, oh, you've moved a picture 0.5 of a letter left, and so now I'm going to screw up your entire layout. This is probably also why they're waiting on starting up the cloud servers. No matter how much it would be good for the game's infrastructure, you tested the cloud servers and got like 6 ping. It was, woo! That's wild. But yeah, no, it would absolutely be great for the infrastructure, but like, okay, and here's another thing that a lot of people don't think about with, like, you know, talking about video game marketplaces and the like. You're pretty sure Libre has more, but it's a bit crunchier to learn. You prefer Affinity for layouts. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. We've got a solution that we're testing out for the Come and Go's raid server, but I'm not 100% certain that I'm happy with it yet, but I'm not the one who actually runs that server. We actually have a, let's call him a local webmaster for that. But like I said, that's still kind of in testing. Oh, but right, I was going to talk about like network infrastructure with regards to Steam. So, one of the things people don't really think about with Steam is that it's not just that that is a particularly strong marketplace. Like it is, and it is, you know, approaching monopoly levels, but it got there for a reason. And a big part of that is the fact that they have in places a whole secondary network infrastructure on top of the main ISP infrastructure, which they have actually lent out to like the government occasionally when like main internet infrastructure has like gone down during natural disasters. And yeah, it's incredibly reliable because they built their own fucking internet basically. It's not like covering the entire country, but it certainly speeds up the process in a lot of cases. And so like, yeah, no, like it's reliable. It does the thing that you want it to do. It is not necessarily competitive because the percentages that people take out of it are the main, or the percentages of sales numbers that Steam takes out of payouts is the biggest complaint that I've heard. Well, short of the last couple of years where they've kind of begun cracking down on eroge and like X-rated games again, but that's a whole other discussion. Like, some of those games deserved it, and I don't mean that in like a, you know, prudish way of like, oh, this isn't my kink, I'm gonna yuck somebody else's young, but like, there were some things that cross lines that even people who are extremely liberal about these things cross, like, you know, sexual assault imagery and things like that, that really needed to be taken off, and I'm glad that those things got taken off. But you know, that's a whole other kettle of fish. I just want to live in a world where like there's I can have my fun and not get lumped in with all of that grossness. Oh well. Unfortunately, that does also mean that some games that were just saucy got lumped into that whole thing, and it is what it is. We're back to the days of having to manually patch Hunipop, I guess. Almost everything the players do during a racing segment is flexible periods. And because the action is sliced up into carefully measured seconds instead of long, flexible periods of time, there's some major differences in how these scenes work. Okay. First, the players will take turns. Players take turns in a strict order instead of acting as they wish. Okay, so let's bump the beginning of this paragraph down to the next column. Next, they do not normally use triggers and skill checks to determine the outcome of uncertain moments, but driving checks instead. Sometimes the actions that cause these checks will also require driving checks from other characters, but these are an exception, not the norm. Will be explained as part of the action that might cause them. Oh, also, not complete change of subject. Like, I updated my lip syncing settings, so hopefully, like, I'm actually speaking a little more openly instead of looking like I'm mumbling all the time and kind of gnashing my teeth. But I also don't really have the ability to watch myself all the time, because otherwise I will just essentially look in the mirror and preen infinitely. Which, you know, might be amusing for a certain type of stream, but, you know, not right now. So if somebody could let me know whether this looks better or not, that would be much appreciated. As opposed to the often slow burn of narrative play, the results of a roll during a racing segment are usually immediate and even sometimes dire. When a driver's triggers may still come into play if the moment is right, the mechanic skills and driving modifiers are of prime importance. In racing segments, the world can be simplified down into two kinds of things: characters and objects. Characters are anything capable of taking actions on their own. While this obviously includes player characters and NPCs, like the driver's friends and family, or even the crowd watching the race, it also includes automated systems that might be encountered on the road, such as traffic lights or electric gates. If it gets a turn of its own, it can be considered a character. Well, let's go ahead and bump that down as well. Certain abilities can be used against hostile characters or to assist allied characters. The difference depends entirely on the other character's attitude towards you, not on how you feel about them. You never count as allied to yourself. Yeah, I might change that one a little bit later, but we'll see, we'll see. First World Race is still on Tyrant right now. Ooh, very fun, very fun. Ooh, did you see the fact that Beastmaster is probably coming before the year's end? I don't know if it was, like, I don't remember if they said it was going to be in 7.5 or 8.0, but it should be coming soon. Which means I can fill in that last empty slot on my jobs bar. An object is quite right. I need to modify how that's stated to be: a character never counts as allied with themselves. It should be in 7.5. Okay, I thought that was going to be the case, but I wasn't 100% sure, so, you know, couch it in maybes. But I'm extremely excited to see how that one turns out. I've finished training both Red Mage and Sage to 100, but now I'm working on getting White Mage to 100, because I feel like that's going to be easier for me to do. Like, it's going to be easier for me to use White Mage to do some of the endgame stuff than it is Sage. And from once I get that all the way up, I'm going to be going back to continuing training on Monk and Blue Mage. Because Monk, I think I've got it like level 70 or 80? I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's level 70, but I could be wrong. And then Blue Mage, I only have around level 20 something. And that one's just going to take a while to run, because I need to actually like get together with my free company and do the thing. Certain abilities can be used against hostile characters or to assist allied characters. The difference depends entirely on the other character's attitude. Hang on a second. Sorry, had to groove to that for a second, because holy moly. Zone of the Enders music absolutely fucking bops. Oh. Listen, again, there is a reason why I really need to commission somebody to make some alterations to a few animations I have, just to better fit my body type, or that I need to invest in some like upper body tracking at the minimum, because holy moly, like the amount of times that like good music comes on and I am absolutely grooving over here, just okay, so, ooh, this is going to be difficult to rephrase to not point at a specific person. How the other character feels. The difference depends entirely on the other character's attitude towards the character using the ability, not how the active character feels about the target. Does that feel better? Because it's not necessarily always a player character. So, certain abilities can be used against hostile characters or to assist allied characters. The difference depends entirely on the other character's attitude towards the character using the ability, not how the active character feels about their target. The character never counts as allied to themselves. I think that feels good. I'll wait to see if either anybody who's on the other end of chat feels about that before like setting it in stone, but that feels better to me. An object is, quite simply, anything that isn't a character and that isn't carried by a character. This includes terrain features, items littering the world, and anything that a character has dropped or no longer has control over. Okay, good. Space, weight, and measurements. Let's change that to an ampersand. That actually saves a good bit of space. Active target feels more generic, and that's probably for the best. Yes. Like, that's the thing. I'm trying to switch the language used in the book over from referring to a specific you, for the most part, to a more third-person reference. I'm still using the direct, you have this ability in things like abilities, talents, upgrades like that, things that characters actually pick up, so that it feels more natural to read that on a character sheet. But for the actual rules themselves, I'm trying to go as third-person as possible. Instead of doing combat on the traditional grid or hex-based system, ProtoDrive's racing segments are intended to take place on tracks made of road-shaped tiles with clearly designated spaces. Having extra scenery around these tracks is nice window dressing. You can even add extra obstacles or hazards. Let's be a handy resource for adding extra obstacles or hazards, but the track is the important part. Printable/VTT compatible copies of these tiles are provided as part of the assets that come with the game. Digital. Yeah, the digital assets that come with this game. True measurements are unimportant. A space on a track segment is about as long as a vehicle is. Okay. We are also switching from car to vehicle because not all of the vehicles in this game are cars. As we went through development, we added a number of trucks, SUVs, vans, and when I say trucks, I mean like box trucks. Like there is straight up a key truck you can use in this game. It's pretty fucking fun. Its main core ability is anti-isekai braking. And you can probably kind of figure out how that is used. Really? This is Cuphead, huh? This is much more laid back than I'm used to hearing from that game. And about as wide as 2 lanes beside one another to allow for passing to occur. For the purposes of... I guess I could just go with this game. Measurements don't need to get any more specific than this. Oh. Because measurements are approximate, the actual size of any given vehicle. Okay, well, first things first, let's break this to the next column. The actual size of any given vehicle does not matter. Its weight, however, has real consequences. Basics of this were described back in section 1, back in part 1, on page 32. Vehicle's weight category primarily affects its driving modifiers, but may also change how it responds to certain hazards or how the environment responds to it. Making measurements in ProtoDrive, the space a character starts a character occupies is occupying making measurements in ProtoDrive. Start from space a character is occupying. Which counts as 0. Each space counted away from that position adds 1 to the total. Again, the actual size in feet or meters doesn't matter for this game's purposes, only the number of spaces. So that had some pretty deep changes to it, so let's reread that. When making measurements in ProtoDrive, all measurements start from the space a character is occupying, which counts as 0. And start at 0. No, I already used the word start in this sentence. I feel like that really good. That works well. Each space counted away from that position adds 1 to the total. Again, the actual size in feet or meters doesn't matter
Hey,
for this
hon,
game's purposes.
can I borrow you for a second?
Oh, you can borrow me anytime you like, stud.
Ha.
All right, I'll be with you in just a second, hun. Oh, actually, we are at the end of a section, technically, so yeah, that's actually a good place for me to step away, and we've got a commercial break coming up in a moment anyway. So, I'm going to go see what V actually needs, and we will be back in 5 minutes. All right, folks? So, stand up, stretch, get some new water, all that good stuff, and I'll see you soon. Alrighty, so what can I do for you? Sorry, I'm repeating this song because it has been playing in my headset the entire break, and I fucking love this. Like, it has such a driving beat to it. It features some really amazing percussion, and just, oof. It is such a good groove. Sorry, again, one of those things that I don't really talk about all that often is that I used to be a percussionist. Like, it is a part of my movement that will never go away. And so, like, you know, being trained on large drums, similar to taiko, it just makes songs like this really dig into me. All right, there are a few terms that will get used a lot in the upcoming section, and have already been used a bit elsewhere. Here are full explanations of the most important ones. Character. A player character, PC, or non-player character, NPC, or any other entity capable of acting or reacting independently. Can refer to a driver, their vehicle, or both. Damage. Damage taken is subtracted from hit points, HP. Heat. Heat taken by a target represents harm to a vehicle as friction and combustion do their thing. It fills in the heat cap. Heat cap. The amount of heat a car can take before it is at risk of overheating. Hit points. The amount of physical damage a car can receive before it takes structure damage. I am taking stress damage. There we go. Characters with immunity ignore all damage and effects to whatever they're immune to, or from whatever they're immune to. Range. The maximum range at which a talent, part, mod, or upgrade can be used, measured in spaces from the character using it. Resistance. Characters with resistance may reduce damage or heat by half. Multiple instances of resistance do not stack. Stress. All PC cars and some NPCs have a certain amount of stress. For PCs, it's generally 4 stress. And again, vehicles. Sorry, got into the groove for a second there. For PCs, it's generally 4 stress. This is the amount of stress damage they can take before they suffer a reactor meltdown. When cars exceed their heat cap, they take 1 stress damage and make an overheating check. Structure. All PC cars and vehicles, again. Some NPCs have a certain amount of structure. For PCs, it's generally 4 structure. This is the amount of structure damage they can take before they are destroyed. before they are automatically destroyed. When cars reach 0 HP, they take 1 structure damage and make a structure check. That's a whole ass new segment, so let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much for the hydration weather. How are you doing today? Ooh, thank you very much. Oh my goodness, you've been subscribed for 1.5 years at this point. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In theory, pretty okay. You did some Limbus Company gaming. Hey, fair enough. Like, Limbus Company is in that realm of stuff that I keep almost getting into, but I've got enough gotchas in my life, you know? In theory, every character is acting at the same time as every other character during a race. It's not like the cars can start and stop their movements every few seconds to see how others are doing, after all. Playing things out this way would very quickly turn into an absolute wreck, however, so racing segments are broken down into turns to make sure that all characters have a fair chance to do what they want to in each round. It took you a long time to get to it. Hey, fair enough. Like, at this point, Uma Musume is... I had been excited for the global release of Uma Musume for literally years. So that one's going to hold on to me pretty much exclusively for a good long while, I have a feeling. To begin a racing segment, all the GM has to do is say it's happening. Narratively, the clearest moment for this to occur is when everyone's at the starting line. Engines revving as the light goes from red to yellow to green. Sometimes that's not how things go, though. The fact that Limbus is on PC does help. That's very true. You don't have enough storage in your phone for more games. Oh, no! However the GM chooses to start the race, they have to show the track to the players. At least the parts of it that the players can see or are familiar with. Too lazy to clear it up. Hey, fair enough. Like, I tend to buy a phone, like, whenever I buy a new phone, I tend to buy not the base amount of memory, but at least the first upgraded amount of memory space, because, yeah, same though. Okay, so however the GM chooses to start the race, they have to show the track to the players, at least the parts of it that the players can see or are familiar with, explain the position of any visible NPCs or terrain features, and describe the situation. The players then place their characters on the map wherever it's appropriate to do so, and the first turn begins. Yeah, you have to buy a new one, to be honest. Hey, fair enough. Like, I tend to wait about 5 years between buying new phones. Like, I jumped from the iPhone X to the iPhone 15, and I'm probably not going to get another one until we hit iPhone 20, whenever that happens. Loki, been that many years for you? Oh, yeah. 5 years is a good amount of time to wait. And, like, here's the thing. I still use my old iPhone X. It's just now an iPod. It's a media player. It is very incredibly useful whenever I'm on long road trips or, like, flying or doing things like that, because, like, well, now I have something to listen to, even in airplane mode, and I can carry all my audiobooks and all that sort of fun stuff with me. It's great. Ending a race. The race ends when everyone has carried out the main objective. Usually it's when the first car crosses the finish line, but not always. Maybe once every driver has made their run down the course, or when someone the PCs are in pursuit of is either caught or gets away. A racing segment doesn't always end the way the crew thinks it will. Surrender is a valid option for either side. And there are any number of ways that the story might make more sense if things return to narrative play. This sort of transition is generally up to the GM, but the players can certainly call for it if they feel it would be appropriate. No, if part of this was spilling over onto the next page, I would bump that entire section on, but I think it's pretty good. I'll be lurking for now. Have a good TTRPG work time. I will. Thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you being here, and I hope that just, being in the same space and working alongside us is going to be good for you. Turns and rounds. Races are separated into turns and rounds. Each player takes 1 turn per round unless otherwise specified. The round ends once every character that could take a turn has done so. Once again, turns represent characters taking specific actions, not the time it takes to perform those actions. All character turns are assumed to take place roughly at the same time. The order in which characters act can be handled in one of 2 ways: rolled initiative or you go, I go initiative. Which one any given group uses is up to that group's players and GM. For rolled initiative, let's make that capital R rolled. Each player rolls 1d20, and the GM rolls the same for every NPC taking part in the race. Character turns go in order from the highest roll to the lowest. If 2 or more characters get the same number, they get their turns in order of their acceleration modifiers from highest to lowest. If 2 or more of the characters that roll the same number also have the same acceleration modifier, have them roll off again until it's clear who among them should go first. Then slot them back into the total turn order. You know what? Let's go ahead and drop a column break there. Rolled initiative can either stay the same for the entire race or be re-rolled every round depending on the players' and GM's preferences. You Go, I Go initiative brings a bit of narrative flavor to the race. In this initiative type, a player character or allied NPC always goes first. If the players can't decide who it should be, the GM does so. Once a PC or allied NPC has taken their turn, the GM chooses a hostile NPC to act next. After that character has taken their turn, the players elect another allied character who has not yet acted in the round to take their turn. This process of alternating between ally turns and hostile turns continues until every character has gotten a turn in the round. If one side runs out of characters before the other, then the side with remaining characters simply continues to choose characters to act until everyone has gotten a turn. And we do a column break. And I open up my second window and do a bit of comparison to past tables. Pretty sure all I need to do on this one is thicken the outer lines. Yep. Okay. Token placement. The method of placing character tokens on the track at the start of the race is similarly up to every group's preferences. One good method is to place each character's token in the first space when their first turn comes up to give everyone the same number of spaces to get through. Another interesting way to do it is to set people up in rolled initiative order, with the person who rolled the highest initiative at the front of the pack. This can create drama even before the race starts. These or any other method group might choose are valid as long as everyone at the table agrees to them. Every player at the table agrees to them. Whichever initiative type a group decides to use, once every character in the race has had a turn, the round ends and a new one begins. Some talents, mods, and upgrades can only be used a certain number of times per turn, round, or scene. In their rules, this will be written as once per round, twice per turn, 3 times per scene, with the number representing how many times it can be used and the word telling you when it refreshes. Drivers in racing segments. Most of the time during racing segments, the driver and their vehicle functionally count as a single character. After all, it wouldn't make sense to track a passenger's movement separate to the vehicle they're riding in. Here, I think we can use the word car because we're making an example. While rare, however, it is possible that a character might leave their car leave their vehicle while a race is still on. This usually happens under less than optimal circumstances, such as getting stuck at an obstacle or being thrown from a crash. But a character could for some reason decide that they want to pull a driver. Let's say a driver there. Driver could for some reason decide they want to pull over to the side of the road and get out to smell the flowers. If someone does this, if a character does this, they enter a sort of pseudo-narrative play. How much time they get to do things is still governed by the turn structure of the racing segment, but they'll act in a much more free-form manner instead of relying on specific actions. In these situations, drivers still don't need to track their own HP, though if their vehicle is left on the road, it might still take damage if someone hits it. Turn structure. Each turn in ProtoDrive's racing segments is made up of distinct phases. Each phase has a specific things that need to happen during it, and all those things are after those things are complete, the acting player moves to the next phase. Active player moves to the next phase. I think that's what I just used up here, right? Each phase has specific things that need to happen during it, and after those things are complete, the active character moves to the next phase. Once all phases are complete, that character's turn is over, and play passes to the next character using the initiative system the group has decided upon. Phase 1. Start of turn. Make any driving checks that indicate they need to happen at the start of the turn. These can be due to conditions or statuses affecting the character's vehicle in particular, or complications they are encountering with the track in general. If things are going well and the road is smooth, there might not be anything active character needs to do in this phase. A character who's driving a beaten up car in bad weather might have a lot to worry about here. Phase 2, actions. This is when a character decides I can do the player needs to do in this phase. No, active character still makes more sense there. This is when a player declares what actions they're going to take for the turn. Someone with a driver who's behind the wheel. Who's at the wheel. Dang, if their driver is at the wheel of a beaten up car in bad weather, they might have a lot to worry about here. Okay, that feels a little bit better. This is when a player declares what actions they're going to take for the turn. There's a standard list of actions that any driver can take. Any character, let's say, can take available on page 67 through 70. But talents, mods, and upgrades can give players access to additional actions. Okay, so we've now got a dangling word here, which sucks. This is when a player declares what actions their character is going to take for the turn. There's a standard list of actions that any character can take available on this page, but talents, mods, and upgrades can give players access to additional actions. On their turn, characters can always make either 2 quick actions or 1 full action. They also get the option to overdrive to gain an additional quick action at the cost of increasing their heat. Same action cannot generally be taken more than once per turn, but if the player has their character overdrive, they can either use a new quick action or reuse one they've already used this turn. Some actions happen so fast that they can be done with little to no thought. These special actions are called free actions or reactions. And the difference depends on when they can be used. Unlike the other action types, there's no limit on the number of free actions and reactions a character can take per round. Let's see, do we get into reactions? Only use each reaction once per round. Okay, so. So there are no limits. There is no limit on the number of free actions and reactions a character can take per round. You're back. Needed to get to focus on Vanguard, leveling an alt. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. I am continuing to just write clarifications and stuff. Essentially, like, the thing that I'm running into right now is that I want to make it clear in this little preview bubble of, you know, something that's going to get explained much more thoroughly later on, that there is no limit on the number of free actions and reactions a character can take per round, but each free action or reaction can still only generally be used once. Each type of free action or reaction can still only be used once. But Anduin from WoW into Final Fantasy XIV, and he's being shot through the MSQ. Updated him from BFA to the current traumatized design. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. See, like, I know that we are like 20 years out from where my brain is attached to Warcraft, but like every time I think about WoW, I still think about the Frozen Throne. Like Warcraft 3 era Frozen Throne. Each different free action or reaction can generally only be used once. Generally still only be used once? No. Unless its rules specify otherwise. There we go. Yeah, you still associate yourself with Mists of Pandaria, the X-Pack that really captured your heart after Legion. Fair enough, fair enough. Like, I've piddled around in basically every WoW X-Pack at least a little bit, but it has never managed to capture my attention the same way that Final Fantasy XIV does. And weirdly, I think that's because of some of the things that new players to 14 actually complain about the most, which is that like it forces you to go through the story, unless you buy like the character acceleration, whatever, that you can get if you're doing alts or things like that, and you don't want to muck through the MSQ again. But like, yeah, maintaining older areas, updating them even, and, you know, making sure that the story is still playable no matter who is starting the game when is actually a really big part of what makes me feel like Final Fantasy XIV is actually loved by its devs, you know? Okay, let's get this. Fuck! Right, just do half of it. Don't try to do the whole thing at once, because otherwise you're setting yourself up for sadness. This is the one thing that bothers me about Google Drive is I wish there was an option to just change the line weight of all tables outer like rims at once. Okay, so let's oh, do I even need to make it darker? Yes, yes I do. So both of these are going to get that. And then we're going to alternate this. So that gets that. There we go. Table looks a little bit better now. Quick action is an action that takes place that only takes a split second to complete, such as pressing the gas pedal slightly or wiggling the steering wheel a bit to make yourself harder to pass. Full actions require the driver's attention to complete. This is stuff like flooring it or aggressively passing another driver. Let's switch that another vehicle. Free actions are the kinds of things that can be done either on instinct or automatically by the car itself. Driver taking their foot off the gas without actually hitting the brakes. Just slow down a little without actually hitting the brakes is a good example. Unlike every other action type, reactions happen on other players' turns. These special actions are triggered as a response to other characters' actions. Each reaction can only be used a certain number of times per round, and a character gets one reaction per turn. The various other activities a driver might engage in that don't affect the outcome of the race, such as wiping sweat from their brow or putting on a cool pair of sunglasses, are not considered actions. It can be done at any time during a character's turn. However, if a player has a specific goal in mind, such as putting on those cool shades to block the glare of the sun in an attempt to remove the situational difficulty caused by it, then this could be considered an action of some sort. No, this should. Phase 3, move. Once the character has taken all of the actions they can, it's time to move their vehicle down the track. The character must move forward a number of spaces equal to their current speed in this phase, whether they want to or not. A character's move can be interrupted by certain driving checks, most commonly a control check or a structure damage check. Once those checks are complete, they continue moving unless prevented by some effect of that check, e.g. the car is destroyed, they're forced to slow down to match pace with the person that they failed to pass, or they're forced to come to a complete stop. If a character's speed is 0, then this phase is considered complete despite the character not moving. For the purposes of action, or for the purpose of actions, talents, mods, or upgrades, a character only counts as moving if they moved one or more spaces. Generally, characters are only going to move in one direction, towards the finish line. If for some reason a character needs to head in the opposite direction, they must first reduce their speed to 0, and then can begin moving in their new direction on their next turn. So you don't get to make a free U-turn, basically. Adjacency. Vehicles and the drivers in them cannot share the same space other vehicles. You know what? Let's just go with characters. So characters cannot share the same space under normal circumstances, but if they are in spaces that are next to one another, e.g. sharing a border, one in front, one behind, then they are considered adjacent to one another. Certain actions and reactions can only be used or are triggered by adjacency, so read their text carefully for information about timing. Anything that blocks passage through a space or prevents entering it entirely is a hazard. Typically, these are environmental obstructions, such as the rails at the side of most roads or a fallen tree, but other characters can also become hazards. Hazards come in two broadly defined sizes, half hazards and full hazards. The first is any object that would reasonably only block half of a space, or less on the track, such as if part of the crowd has spilled beyond the guardrail. The latter is any kind of obstruction that blocks most or all of the space, such as a piece of fallen truss from an overhead highway sign. Depending on the type of hazard, a character trying to move into or through the space will need to pass a different check to suffer the consequence. Pass a check or suffer the consequences. Half hazards require a control check. Either way, character will get past the obstruction, but they might take some damage as a result. Full hazards require a pass check. Okay, here we need to insert column break. Full hazards require a pass check with a target number of 15. On a success, the character manages to squeeze past somehow, but on a failure, they take 1 structure damage with all the associated consequences. Their speed is reduced to 0. And they stop in the space before the hazard. In this case, their space is also treated as a full hazard if another character tries to pass them. Okay, we've got a dangling word here, so let's see what we can do to either clarify this, reduce it, or add a little bit more information. Full hazards require a pass check. And have a base target number 15. On a success. Oh, hello?
Mom, have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
No, sweetie, I haven't. Where'd you lose track of her?
Can you help me find her?
Sure thing, hun. Give me just a second to finish up this paragraph and I'll be right with you. Character manages to squeeze past somehow. Past safely somehow. On a failure, they take 1 structure damage. All the associated consequences. Their speed is reduced to 0. And they stop in the space before the hazard. In this case, character space is also treated as a full hazard. Another character tries to pass them. Fair enough. Before they can move on. After being forced to come to a complete stop by a full hazard, the character can move normally on their next turn if they are able. If their vehicle is still able. To do so after its structure check. It's presumed they managed to find some way to creep past before regaining speed. Okay, cool. We have come to the end of that paragraph, so I am going to go help find a skunk. I'll be back in 5 minutes, hopefully. So stand up, stretch, refresh your water, and we'll be back soon, okay? Alright, so, let's see. We did laundry yesterday, so she could be hanging out in the pile if you still haven't put it away, that is. Okay. Skunk found, by the way. She was indeed in the pile of laundry that had still not been put away. So, involuntary movement. When a character is pushed or pulled by another character's action or an environmental effect, this is called involuntary movement. Involuntary movement must be in a straight line and does not provoke reactions unless otherwise specified. Involuntary movement cannot force a character into a hazard, stopping in the space before or after it, whichever is more appropriate. So we've got an individual dangling word there. The character is pushed or pulled. Another character's action or an environmental effect. This is called involuntary movement. Involuntary movement must be in a straight line. Because of the fact that there are no, functionally there are no non-straight lines, like you take turns, meaning like go around curves in ProtoDrive, but like this is not a grid-based system. This is not a hex-based system. So you're always following the track. Involuntary movement still takes place exclusively on the track. And its spaces. It does not provoke reactions unless otherwise specified. Involuntary movement cannot force a character into a hazard. Let's go with additionally, involuntary movement cannot force a character into a hazard. Instead, stopping in the space before or after the hazard, whichever is more appropriate for the direction of the push or pull. There we go. It's a little more wordy, but it feels like it very thoroughly explains what's going on there. Let's go ahead and column break that over to a new column. Difficult and dangerous terrain. Racing can happen anywhere there's a road, but road doesn't necessarily mean tarmac or even paving of any kind. Sometimes the world itself even takes nice, well-paved asphalt and makes it into difficult or even dangerous terrain. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's replace that with an ampersand. There we go. Every space of difficult terrain counts as 2 for the purposes of measuring movement. For the purposes of movement, I suppose is enough. If you would not have enough speed left, or if a character... if a character would not have enough speed left to complete 2 spaces of movement, normally they stop a space early. Examples of difficult terrain would be deep mud, flooded asphalt, or sand. Instance. Character with 5 speed only be able to move 2 spaces over difficult terrain. Examples of different kinds of difficult terrain would be deep mud, flooded asphalt, or sand. Let's go with actually 7 speed. I'll only be able to go 3 spaces over difficult terrain. There we go. Cool. Just so that we're not having overlap with the previous paragraph. When a character moves into a space with dangerous terrain for the first time in a round. Contrast. Not contract, contrast. When a character moves into a space of dangerous terrain for the first time in a round, or ends their turn in one, they must make a tuning check. On a failure, they take 5 damage. Ooh, was this how we ended up using tuning outside of what it's normally doing? No, this is... Okay. Make a note for myself. I may switch this to tinkering. Eventually. On a failure, they take 5 damage. And each character only needs to make 1 such check per round. Fire, mangled wreckage, or falling rocks would all count as dangerous terrain. Because tuning doesn't quite feel right. And tinkering needs an additional use. And it is described as a driver's ability to not just build a vehicle, but also add extra things onto it that can give them that extra push when they need it. So it's about building a sturdy vehicle. But in a different way from how body is. So like a vehicle that can keep itself together. Whereas body is more about like a tough vehicle that can take a hit. Reflexes is your ability to do that. So like tinkering really would make the most sense, I think. Instead of tuning. Yeah, you know what? Let's change it. And I'm going to make a note of that for myself down in the change log because that's a pretty big change. No, from tuning to tinkering. Okay. Oh, hello, Miss Bourne. Sorry, I got really locked into making notes about my change log. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Let's see what we can do. That also means that's something I can mention in the stats breakdown. Playing Demon School. What the fuck was that beginning? Oh my goodness, Weather. It is such a good game. I love it. It is so good. You got 18 chapters of your story out now. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Love to hear it, Mistborn. I am off stream working on doing rewrites for quite frankly my first 5 books because I'm going to do a collected omnibus edition, and woof, especially for the first book, which I'm working on right now. It sure was a starting point. It sure was a starting point, you know. So 18 chapters is far from nothing, and I wish you much luck on continuing to improve and get your material out there, you know? All right. Also, tell us about your story. What's going on in your story right now? Now it's time to see if your driver can hold their line well. If the driver can hold their line well, or if they're going to lose some if their vehicle is going to lose some paint. Characters' speed is below the lowest number listed in their transmission's current gear. The player needs to make... So, you have a goblin deputy who's answered a petition to investigate a murder in the next town over. Awesome. Love it so far. Tell me more. And since, instead above the highest number, we need to make a push check. Certain statuses, conditions, or complications on the road may also have effects that need to be resolved in this phase. Once the player has made all the necessary checks, they pass play to the next character in the initiative. The next person in the initiative. Let's do that instead. She learns that the victim was a Starlit Sentinel from Pathfinder 2e. Okay, alright. And becomes the Constellation's next champion to avenge the murder. Neat! Very fun. I genuinely love how many fantasy stories start off as like D&D or Pathfinder or other tabletop role-playing game like stories. Like that's exactly how Sheela started out as well. So yeah, no, I clearly have an affinity for those kinds of stories. Because sometimes you make a character and they move your world, you know? Over the course of explaining the structure of a turn, several kinds of driving check have already been mentioned. More fully explaining the different actions players can take that further rely on these checks, here's an explanation of each driving check a character might be called upon to make. She meets a fellow goblin and a furbolg who will help her find the murderer, and they got their first battle with it before it ran away. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. So, control check. This is the kind of check a driver makes when they're trying to make sure they're still going in the right direction. Make a control check. Roll 1d20 plus handling modifier. I think this is one of those places that your kind of works, because this is specifically describing an action that will be on the quick sheet. Against a target number equal to your speed plus the corner modifier of the space your character is in. On a success, the character continues the turn as intended without consequences. You have the gods of the world set up 2 sets of constellations to judge souls for them. And if you keep your soul in balance, not too far in darkness or light, then you're clear to go to the afterlife. Hey, fair enough. On a failure, reduce the vehicle's HP by the difference between the roll and the target number. I'm going to change that to be an ampersand. And nope, okay. If the character's HP is still above 0, continue the turn as intended. Falling into darkness. Oh, hang on. And you become a creature of shadow that seeks to either kill or corrupt others into falling into darkness. Haven't thought of what happens with light. Maybe becoming an elemental or such. Well, I mean, it kind of sounds like darkness already kind of causes you to become an elemental of some sort, because shadow is still an element by the sounds of it. So, you know, you could absolutely have light be just as bad, and it's just a light elemental, you know? It sounds like you're going with a find the middle road sort of philosophy here. So going in extreme in either direction is a negative thing, which is, you know, definitely something that I live my life by. Hello, Ritori Yokosha. I know I just botched that name, but I hope you're doing well. Reto. Okay, nope. Sorry. The username did not catch for me for a second. How is the hottest ice Sentai Tokusatsu hero doing today? Not a Sentai hero, just a Toku hero. But how are you doing today? Super Lesbian Animal RPG. I have heard of this, but I have never actually played it. Was it fun? Please tell me more. And of course, if you just need to raid and run, that's also super understandable. I have definitely been there more often than not. You doing good? How about me? I'm doing rather well, yeah. We are making good time on getting through part 3 of this book, although I am looking at how much I have left and kind of getting a little bit nervous. But essentially we're doing some editing. Oh, for anybody who does not recognize me, hello and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special, let's see, was fish and chips, and last I checked it was not Emily, it was Irene who was available for a full service package, if you know what I mean. But today's job is working on a TTRPG called ProtoDrive. Right now we are working on editing, layout changes, and updates, and then normalizing all of the tables. Just to make sure that the next release of the, or the next version of the TTRPG that should be coming out soon, you know, TM, capital S, it, you know, reads a little bit better and a little more uniformly, since different parts of this were written across multiple years. So we're basically just doing a big ol' unification edit on the whole thing. It's a fun little game with lesbian animals dealing with a VHS-headed creature. Neat. Okay. Like, what kind of RPG mechanics are we talking about? Are we looking at, like, kind of classic turn-based JRPG? Are we looking at a more Western RPG where you have a main character and then additional characters that are kind of more automated? Are we talking about something like a monster capture game, a la Pokemon and its various similarities? Oh, we're going to go ahead and skip past this, as gorgeous as it is. Because vocals tend to get struck more often than anything else. So here we are. Turn-based. Okay, cool. Fun. Is there like a whole cast of characters that you can recruit? Or is it like you get specific characters at specific times in the story? Characters' HP is reduced to 0. They take 1 structure damage. And roll a structure check. So the second one does not need to be capitalized. Refill their HP to full, subtract any remaining damage from their HP, and continue the turn as intended. For example, if the character's speed was 10 in a plus 10 corner, their target number would be 20. The result of rolling a d20 plus their handling modifier was only 15, then they would take 5 damage. Specific characters at specific times. Hey, fair enough. Honestly, I like that. I respect games that have like complex relationship systems that, you know, like, oh, you can only recruit certain characters if you do side missions to get their relationship up to a certain point, yada, yada, yada. That is a really cool mechanic. I ain't got time for that shit. You know what I mean? And that stresses me out. It's one of the reasons why I have yet to finish an actual Persona game. Shin Megami Tensei games, yeah, those I finished all the time back in the day, but that was also back in the day when I had more free time, but also fewer games to play. So I could take my time with every game, as it were. The Persona games, what do you mean I have to go to certain events at certain days on the calendar, else I'm gonna miss out on the romance route with this one character, and then that means that I'm not gonna be able to recruit oh no. You know what I mean? So far you got a healer, a fighter, and a magic dealer. Nice. Well, hang on. Magic dealer? Or they deal damage using magic? Because I could see it being very different things, or the same thing. Could be the same character doing both. If the result of rolling... if the result of... basically mage. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Also, hello, Topanga. I know I've seen you in other chats before, but it's been a hot minute. So, hi there, how are you doing? Glad to have you here. The result of the player rolling a d20 plus their character's handling modifier is only 15. Might be getting a tank as your next party member. Ooh, fun, 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 fun. It's only 15. Then the character will take 5 damage. Character's vehicle? Yeah, it would take 5 damage. Okay, cool. That's a nice, thorough explanation with no little dangling single words at the bottom of the paragraph. When a control check should happen? When a character enters a corner for the first time. Enters a specific corner for the first time. Enters a corner space. It doesn't necessarily need to be for the first time. This is a clarification from a previous thing, because it used to be that corners, like in an earlier version of the game, corners could be made up of multiple spaces, but we've changed that to every type of corner only has one space. You're gonna go lurk for a bit, have fun with your thing. I will absolutely have fun with my thing and enjoy your lurk. Yep, when a character enters a corner space. I don't know how to rephrase this in a way that doesn't leave a single word down here dangling. Enters a corner space on the track. There we go. Okay. As a result of an action that calls for one, environmental effect or hazard. As a result of an action that calls for a control check. Pass check. Passing the car in front of you. Let's see. Passing other vehicles on the track is an integral part of racing, but it always comes with a bit of a risk. To make a pass check, both the character who caused the check and the one they're trying to pass must roll 1d20 plus handling plus weight. Their handling plus their weight, accuracy slash difficulty. Weight, accuracy slash difficulty is awarded based on characters' vehicles, chassis, weight modifier. If the chassis has a positive weight modifier, character gains accuracy equal to the modifier. If the chassis has a negative weight modifier, the character gains difficulty equal to the modifier. Chassis has a weight modifier of 0, then the character does not gain accuracy or difficulty. This is one of those weird things where I don't necessarily want to have just 3 lines hanging out on the next page. Yeah, we can. I'll go ahead and bump this paragraph to the next column, and this space can be taken up by like a little smidge of art. I should really draw like some tires or stuff or something, just like a little toolbox or some tires or something to fill up some space, you know. For example, if a bold Brumby is trying to pass an MHI Odoru, the sheer size and road presence of the Brumby's +2 weight would give it +2 accuracy on the pass check. The Odoru, meanwhile, we get +1 difficulty because of its -1 weight. Hang on, let's bring back those symbols for accuracy and difficulty. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Those were established earlier in the book, and I want to kind of reinforce their use here. Success is determined by whether the role of the player who caused the pass check meets or beats the role of the character they're trying to pass. Let's go with player, because GM, both traditional players, the drivers, and the GM count as players here. On a success, the active character moves past the target character's car and continues their turn as intended. On a failure, the active player stops their movement in the space behind the target character. The active character stops their movement in the space behind the target character whom they failed to pass. It immediately reduces their speed, which needs to now be capitalized, to match that of the character they're now stuck behind. There we go. Okay, cool. For example, when car A tries to pass car B, both roll a d20 and add their respective handling scores to their results. If car A's total is a 15 and car B only manages a 10, then car A can move past with no problems. If instead car B rolls the 15 and car A gets the 10, car A stops their movement in the space behind car B and reduces their speed to match car B's. Oh, actually, do column break? Hello?
I hate to interrupt your stream, my little flower.
No, you're fine.
There's a customer issue out front.
Oh. Little issue, big issue, what are we dealing with here?
Just the former.
Okay, that's okay then. Give me a moment to get through these next couple of paragraphs and I'll be right with you, okay? So, when a pass check should happen. As a result of being in the space behind another car with movements of a character being in the space behind another vehicle with movement still to be used, as a result of an action that calls for a pass check. As a result of an environmental effect or hazard. If a character does not have enough movement remaining when they end up in the space behind another vehicle to at least reach the space in front of that vehicle with a successful pass check, the active character should stop moving in the space behind the other vehicle. In this case, no check is necessary, and their speed is not changed. Let's go ahead and bold that there. And then we will come back to push check when we return from our commercial break. So I'm going to go help out this customer, and we'll be back in hopefully 5 minutes. Stand up, stretch, refresh your drinks. If you need something from the bar, let us know, and we will be back after this commercial. All right, talk to you soon. Alrighty, so are we out of stock on something? Is it that they're just like displeased with something? Like what's the issue, huh? Alrighty, have a good day at work, Mistborn. I hope yeah, well, yeah, no, that's about it. That's about that. I hope you have a good day at work. Let's see. So we don't need to send push check onto its own page yet. Time to hydrate the gobbo. Oh, please. Ah. Thank you very much for the hydration. Ooh, would it be an... How about this? How would it look if I sent phase 4 to the top of a new page? Then bumped control checks to the beginning of their own column. Nope, doesn't fit on its own column. Okay. Alright, so push check. Trying to go faster than vehicle's current gear can handle sends too much gas to the engine and can cause a dangerous buildup of heat. To make a push check, roll 1d20 plus the character's fuel mix modifier. Oh wait, we did just do your... fuel mix modifier versus against target number equal to your engine bonus plus the difference between your speed and your current gear's highest number. On success, the character continues their turn as intended without consequences. On a failure, increase the vehicle's heat by the difference between the roll and the target number, and yeah. If the character's heat is less than or equal to their heat cap, continue the turn as intended. If the character's heat exceeds their heat cap, they take 1 stress damage. Roll a stress check, which does not need to be capitalized. Reduce their heat to 0 and add any remaining heat. Add any remaining heat and continue the turn as intended. For example, if a vehicle's speed was 10, but its current gear's range was 1 to 5, choke score doesn't exist anymore. Engine's bonus 5. So, and the target number, the TN, made by adding the vehicle's speed to its engine bonus of 5. Would be found by adding the vehicle's speed to its engine bonus of 5. Ooh, and that example is actually wrong anyway. We found by, target number would be determined by finding the difference between vehicle's speed and its gears. No, hang on, I can simplify this. This is getting too wordy. The difference between the two is 5. If vehicle's engine bonus is 5 and its speed is 10, but its current gear's range is 1 to 5. If a vehicle's speed is 10, its engine bonus, but its current gear's range is 1 to 5. Character must make a pass check. Difference between their speed and gear range is 5. So adding that to their engine bonus of 5 makes the target number for the check 10. And if I do that as TN, nope, 10. The player if the result of the player rolling a d20 and adding characters fuel mix modifier is only 7, the vehicle increases its heat by 8. In this case, the heat would only raise by 3. checking back to previous example. I made this all past tense in previous example. The vehicle's speed was 10, but its current gear range was 1 to 5. That character must make a pass check. Or no, not a pass check, a push check. We're not talking about passes anymore, we're talking about pushes. Difference between their speed and gear range is 5. So they add that to their engine bonus of 5. Making the target number for the check 10. The result of the player rolling a d20 and adding the character's fuel mix modifier was only 7, then the vehicle increases its heat by 3. Okay. That's a complicated little bit of math. In practice, that's mostly taking, like, that is taken care of using the character sheet that we've provided if a player wants to make use of that character sheet. You can do all of this by hand, of course, but, you know, there's the reason why we gave the character sheet automation. When a push check should happen. As a result of action that calls for a push check. As a result of an environmental effect or hazard. At the end of a character's turn, when their speed is higher than the highest number in the range for the gear their vehicle is in. Stall check. If a character is forced to slow down without changing gears, there may not be enough gas in the engine to keep it turned on, turning over. Make a stall check. Roll 1d20 plus your fuel mix modifier against target number equal to your engine bonus plus the difference between your speed and your current gear's lowest number. On a success, character continues their turn as intended without consequences. On a failure, I want to say their vehicle? The vehicle immediately gains the shutdown status. For example, if a vehicle's speed was 5, but its current gear's range was 10 to 15, that character must make a stall check. The difference between their speed and gear range is 5, so they add it that in their engine bonus. Five, making the target number for the check 10. Result of the player rolling a d20 plus and adding character's fuel mix modifier is only 7, and the car shuts down and reduces its speed by its total drag. Speed and drag being specific stats means they get special, or they get capitalization. When a stall check should happen. As a result of an action that calls for a stall check. As a result of an environmental effect or hazard, at the end of a character's turn, when their speed is lower than the lowest number in the range for the gear their car is in. There we go. Oh, and this should definitely get bumped over onto the next page, because that's a larger heading type. So, now that the 4 standard types of driving check have been explained, this section can describe how they're most often used. There are a few actions that just happen, but most of them involve a check of some kind. Remember, characters can take either 2 quick actions or 1 full action per turn, and cannot perform the same action more than once a turn unless a talent, mod, part, or upgrade allows them to do so. Overdriving can also offer a way around this limitation. A player is also allowed to not use all of their actions available, or all of the actions available to them in a turn if they do not wish to. Action resolution. If there's ever any uncertainty about when a given action or effect takes place or resolves, effects caused by other characters always get to resolve first during a character's turn. Actions and effects a character takes away or takes always resolve in whatever order they choose. If there's still any question, the GM decides the order of operation. Right, that's why I broke it up the way that I did. Okay, so free actions. Ease off. You briefly stop putting pressure on the gas pedal. Don't change anything else. Reduce your speed by your drag. Punch it. You flip a switch, push a button, or do whatever makes your car do that cool thing it does. Activate your car's core system at the cost of 1 core power. Undo bolt. Shift up, down, automatic. Your automatic transmission changes gears. Change to any gear setting available on your transmission. Your speed is not within the new gear's range at the end of the turn. Roll a stall or push check. Quick actions. Hit the gas. You increase the pressure on your gas pedal to gain a burst of speed. Increase your speed by your acceleration. Upheat? Your speed is above, yada yada, okay. Gear's range at the end of the turn, make a push check. Slam the brakes. You switch pedals and slow way down. Can I fit aggressively and slow way down? There we go. Okay. Decrease your speed by 2 times your drag. Your speed is below your gear's range at the end of the turn, make a stall check. shift up down manual. You engage the clutch and move your manual stick. Change to any gear setting available on your transmission. If your speed is not within... Yep. New gear's range, push your stall check. Yep. Soft pass. You carefully pick your moment and cruise through the opening. Gain +1 accuracy on your next pass check this turn. When you shut down quick action. When you shut down your turns, or you turn the car's engine off completely. This is always risky to do in the middle of a race, but sometimes a little danger is outweighed by the chance to prevent things from going catastrophically wrong. You can shut down your car as a quick action, giving it the shutdown status, including these effects. Clear all of your heat at the start of your next turn. Immediately reduce your speed by your drag. At the start of every turn, when you have the shutdown status, reduce your speed by your drag. The only action you can perform is the startup action. The only way to remove the shutdown status is to use the startup action. Okay. Full actions. Floor it. You put the pedal to the metal and then try to push it through the firewall. Increase your speed by 2 times your acceleration. Increase your engine and your heat by your engine's bonus. Yada yada yada. Yeah, I want to get rid of that, but I think it's fine here. Coast. You completely let off the gas and shift down to give your motor a break. Subtract heat equal to your fuel mix bonus. Okay. Reduce your speed by your drag. Yep, that makes sense. Change your transmission's gear, one that includes your new speed. Block. Drive carefully. You drive carefully. So you take up more room, or take up more of the road. Other cars gain +1 difficulty on pass checks made against you until the start of your next turn. There we go. Hard pass. I think I bumped this one. Oh, no, I don't have to. Okay. Or was that more about balancing the 2 sides of the page? That might have been it. So let's normal text that and then insert a column break. So that might have been what it was. I might have just been balancing the 2 sides of the page a little bit. Normal text, insert, column break. Yeah, that's what it was. So leave a little bit of extra space at the bottom. I can put a piece of art in there, and then we are good to go. Hard pass. You drive recklessly. Try and shove past the person in front of you. Increase your speed by your acceleration. Increase your heat by your engine's bonus, because we no longer have revs. By your engine bonus. Gain +2 accuracy on your next pass check this turn. Skill check. When you make a skill check, you're doing something that isn't covered by one of the other actions, but has a clear goal and enough chance of failure that it requires a roll of the dice. What a skill check entails during a racing segment is very similar to how they're handled in narrative play, but more attention has to be paid to timing and whether or not it's feasible, so the GM may have extra caveats they feel the need to add to make it make sense. Startup. You can start up a car that you're in the driver's seat of, clearing the shutdown status and allowing you to get back in the race. Okay. Overdrive. Kicking it into overdrive is what happens when a driver pushes both their car and themselves beyond the limits to go just a little bit further. These moments of intense action don't have too many downsides at first, but the damage adds up over time. Once per turn, you can overdrive your car, allowing you to make any quick action as a free action. Even if you've already used that action this turn. The first time you overdrive, add 1 heat. The second time, add 1d3 heat. The third time, add 1d6 heat. The fourth time, and each time you overdrive thereafter, add 1d6 plus 4 heat. A full repair resets this counter. Reactions. Reactions are special actions that can be used outside the normal turn order in response to certain triggers, such as a hostile character's action or an environmental effect. I don't know, I felt the need to be dramatic there for a second. Anybody watching on the VOD is not going to understand why, but there was a dramatic, like, strings trill. Oh wait, no, this music is in the VOD. So yeah, you'll get it. Anywho, reactions are special actions that can be used outside of the normal turn order in response to certain triggers, such as a hostile character's action or an environmental effect. Unless specified otherwise in the action's text, you can only use each reaction once per round, with uses refreshed on your turn. However, you can use a reaction on every turn as long as you have enough of them still available. Enough actions of this type. Still available. There we go. All characters have the brace and jink reactions by default. Certain talents, mods, and upgrades. We're going to go with various talents, mods, and upgrades. Grant other reactions. All characters have the brace and jink reactions. Various talents, mods, and upgrades grant other reactions. There we go. When you brace... Okay, I do need to make some changes here. So kicking it into overdrive is what happens when a driver pushes both their car and themselves. Once per turn, a character can overdrive their vehicle. Allowing them to make any quick action as a free action, even if they've already use that action this turn. You know what? Let's get rid of their vehicle. Can overdrive, allowing them to make any action, any quick action as a free action, even if they've already used that action this turn. First time... a character uses overdrive, they add 1 heat. Second time, they add 1d3 heat. Third time, they add 1d6 heat. The fourth time, and each time they overdrive thereafter, they add 1d6 plus 4 heat. Okay. Before repair resets this counter. Reactions are special actions that can be used outside of the normal turn order in response to certain triggers, such as a hostile character's action or an environmental effect. Character can only use each reaction type of reaction. Each reaction once per round. Its use is refreshing on their turn. However, they can use a reaction on every turn as long as they have enough different reactions still available. Okay. Different kinds of reaction still available. We got our one word hanging out on the bottom here, making life difficult. Reactions are special actions that can be used outside of the normal turn order in response to certain triggers, such as a hostile character's action or an environmental effect, unless otherwise specified in the action's text. The character can only use each reaction once per round, with uses refreshing on their turn. However, they can use a reaction on every turn as long as they have different kinds of reactions still available. All characters have the brace and chink reactions. Various talents, mods, and upgrades grant other reactions. Brace. When you brace, you get ready to take a hit either from another car or something in the environment. Okay, let's do that thing. I actually need to check if this is the same header color that I used for actions and reactions later in the book. You wiggle the wheel back and forth erratically, making yourself harder to pass or block by sacrificing control. So, brace, trigger, you take damage. Effect, you gain resistance to that damage and all other damage until the beginning of your next turn. Due to the stress of bracing, You cannot take further reactions until the end of your next turn, and on that turn, you can only take one quick action. You cannot overdrive, take full actions, or take free actions during that turn. Jink. Reaction once per round. Trigger, you take part in a pass check. Gain +1 accuracy. Oh, let's grab the accuracy symbol. So let's see. Size 9. And bold. On that pass check. Gain +1 difficulty. On your next control check. There we go. I just want to... Ah. Oh, hello?
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
I mean, I can, sweetie, but aren't you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay, let's see. What time are we at? All right, well, we've got time for at least one more segment after this one. We're making... Oh, okay, we are making pretty decent progress through the section. I may go for 2 more segments after this one just to finish this part of the book out, but we'll play it by ear. We'll see how fast the next segment goes. Either way, for now, stand up, stretch, go do your stuff, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, all right? Talk to you soon. All right, what kind of snack do you want, hon? Alrighty, let's check what we did later on in the book when we were talking about NPCs. Mods, so reactions, we used that color instead for reactions. And now I need to be sure that I didn't use that color anywhere else. At least nowhere that matters. That makes sense. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, good. Oh boy, another table to normalize. Alright, complications. Most of the tracks the crew will race on won't just be straight lines. There'll be twists, turns, hills, valleys, and various other things that get in the way of driving as fast as possible. These complications can be broken down into a few groups, all of which affect the target numbers, the characters, the face differently. All of which have different effects on target numbers that the characters will face. Corners. Keeping to the best line when the track takes a turn can sometimes be a struggle. Messing up isn't a death sentence. Drivers will bend a fender. An unlucky driver will bend a fender. All corners have a modifier attached to them based on how extreme of a turn they are. This corner modifier is standardized, so the same angle always has the same modifier. It's standardized. On the provided track segments. So the same angle always has the same modifier, but the number should be listed beside the track by the GM to help ensure clarity. A driver entering a corner space must make a control check, so a character entering a corner space must make a control check. Adding that corners modifier to the TN of the check. target number of the check. Here are the standard corners included in the assets for the game, along with their associated modifiers. So, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Let's do this instead. Make all transparent. There we go. That is slightly easier to read. And now for the part that I hate doing. Especially on a table this big. There we go. Grade. When the road gets less flat, it both becomes harder to steer and messes with how fast drivers can go. Climbing the mountain may be tough, but it's always invigorating to be the first to the top. And so, while climbing the mountain, climbing the mountain may be tough, it's always invigorating to be the first to the top. Now, is this the version that doesn't have lyrics, or is this the version with? We're gonna find out in a second. Okay, sounds like it's the version without lyrics. Good. Where it gets less flat. Becomes both harder to steer becomes harder for drivers to steer and messes with how fast, messes with their speed. Even so, while climbing the mountain may be tough, it's always invigorating to be the first to the top. There we go. Any track segment can have a grade modifier added to it. This represents how steep that piece of road is. While this does not trigger a check on its own, the grade modifier of a track segment is added to any control checks being made by a car in one of its spaces. The grade modifier of a track segment is added to any control checks being made by a car in one of its spaces. Okay, that's how I wrote that. Okay. If the track segment has a grade modifier attached to it, pay attention to its shape. Players should pay attention to its shape, as this will tell them, will reveal whether it's that makes the segment an uphill or a downhill one. Means the track segment have the characters traveling uphill. If a character starts their turn in a space with an uphill grade, they subtract the grade modifier from their speed. Following symbol means the track segment. Have the characters traveling downhill. If the character starts their turn in space with a downhill grade, add the grade modifier to their speed. Road type. Not all roads are asphalt. Some are dirt, others are gravel, sand, or mud. And what a vehicle is driving on matters. Road type should be discussed before the GM and players, or between the GM and players before the race begins, and if possible, visually represented on the track. At the very least, a note should be made beside any road segment, especially if it is different from the majority of the track. Asphalt. This is the default. Well-paved black surface with brightly painted lines that most people think of when they think road. Sometimes also called tarmac. I look better the other way. Asphalt track segments do not have any positive or negative At the very least, I want to get this symbol back up onto this page. Oh, that's going to be tough. Suppose what I could do is bump that to the next page. It still makes a decent amount of sense. Not completely convinced, but yeah, it is what it is. The other option would be to bump road type itself entirely down onto the next page and then add some art here later. That would be a pretty big piece of art, you know? Unless what I could do is that. And that, and then I just need to add like a bit of environmental art here. That I think would work out a little bit better. Can do a column break there. Yeah, that I think is gonna look a little bit better because we can use like a modified version of the eventual cover art to fill in the space there. Road type. Not all roads are asphalt. Oh, right. Okay, so I already did that section. Okay. Off-road. This is a catch-all term for either the poorly paved or totally unpaved pathways that races sometimes use. The terrain could be dirt, gravel, sand, snow, shallow swamp, or any other material that's less than optimal for driving on. Off-road track segments are considered difficult terrain. Any track segment marked with this symbol is considered off-road. Weather. In the best of all worlds, it would always be a clear day when you're going out to race. That isn't always the case. Here are the various ways that the world can get less Oh, right. Oh, Need to remember. It's all possible worlds. It will always be a clear day when crew's going out to race. That isn't always the case. Here are the various ways that the world can get less comfortable. This is what almost every driver hopes for. These conditions do not add any modifiers or cause any other effects. Do that. That. Insert a column break. Well, let's try something else then. Normal text. Insert a column break there instead. Still trying to get this symbol up onto that. All right. Well, headlights. I'm gonna see what I can do about the text here, and then we'll see about messing with the layout. The headlights and streetlights. Great. Anyone who's gone ill-advised... unadvisedly fast at night can tell you that they never help as much as they wish. As they wish they would. Add +2 to the target number of all control checks made at night. I think I can get rid of that. Light rain. And there's just a bit of drizzle it's barely noticeable. A slight drizzle might be barely noticeable. But it could still bite a driver. Who's not careful. I have +1 to all corner modifiers. When the sky lets loose and sheets of water fill the air, even the best paved road gets a bit slick. One who's gone unadvisedly fast tonight can tell you headlights never help as much as they never help as much as they wish they would. Okay. There we go. Let's do as anyone who's... There we go. Okay, that feels like a better statement. There feels like there's an extra line there. That's weird. Rain comes. No, hang on. The sky lets loose. Sheets of water fill the air. Even the best paved road gets slick. As much as it sucks to lose a bit of that flavor, it makes this feel and look and feel a lot better. Okay, a thick snowbank is one thing. Tough to get through, but no worse than a sand dune. Sheets of ice covering the ground is a whole other ordeal. Go with snowbanks, where snow isn't so bad. Sheets of ice covering the road. It's a dangerous ordeal. And create a dangerous ordeal. Snow isn't so bad, but sheets of ice on the road. Create a dangerous ordeal. Add +1 difficulty to all control checks. Okay, hang on. Where's that difficulty? To all control checks. Subtract 5 heat. Every character, all characters, subtract 5 heat at the beginning of their turn. Is this like Shadowrun Hong Kong? Yeah. Yep, this is Shadowrun Hong Kong. High temps. Engines are designed high temperatures in mind, but when the world is also hot, the systems they have for mitigating this problem don't work as well. Are designed to make themselves hot, not to deal with the world being hot too. Handle. So engines are designed to make themselves hot, but can't always handle the world being hot too. Add 3 heat at the beginning of your turn. So all characters add 3 heat at the beginning of their turns. Almost feel like all right, let's take a look at this. Let's normalize that. A column break here.
I'm not the victim, I am the system. I'm not in the wrong with my infinite wisdom. Follow my words even if I contradict them. It's my
No, that messes that up pretty badly. All right. So, statuses and conditions. These are the things that can happen to a character, to a driver, or their vehicle. Either as a result... Oh, nope, hang on, sorry. I was over here grooving. Hopefully that doesn't get me demonetized or copyright struck, whatever. I think I was talking over it enough to block that. We'll find out though. These are things that can happen to a driver or their vehicle, either as a result of a failed check or because of something someone did to them. Conditions are temporary effects that go away on their own. All statuses usually take some effort on the driver's part to clear. Let me double check. Nope. Because I want to say that those are both always true, actually. Characters in the danger zone when half or more of their... Okay, so danger zone doesn't go away unless you reduce the car's heat. Shutdown, also you have to manually restart the car. Conditions impaired. Your characters receive +1 difficulty on all driving checks and skill checks. The characters only gain half of their acceleration modifier when they perform an action to increase their speed. Stunned. I guess we've described... I may need to go back through all of the parts and look at how conditions are used. Because I feel like the conditions are underutilized, if that makes sense. Like we've got some good conditions in here, but I don't know off the top of my head how often they're used. So I'm going to need to go back through that and take another look, make some adjustments, and then maybe adjustments to NPCs as well as to player parts. Yeah. But I'm thinking the amount of time that a condition is applied should be changed by the part and or character trait that applies it, not defined within the actual condition itself. So clear time conditions would be defined by effect that causes it. There we go. So just I'm clearing that note, but also leaving an additional note for myself about why I didn't. Oh wow, that note's from 2023. Actions, talents, parts, mods, and upgrades can all inflict statuses and conditions. Various. The source will describe how long they last. Yeah, I don't need to add another line there. Yep, the source will describe how long they last. The most common time span is until the end of the target's next turn. This means that their next turn in the turn order. So if a character is afflicted with one of these during their turn, it lasts until the end of their following turn, not the end of their current turn. Because they're a bit harder to shake. No, this isn't correct. A condition describe how long they last. Target's next turn. There we go. Actually, hang on. Statuses, on the other hand, require the affected character to perform a specific action or meet a certain criteria before they can be removed. There we go. That's a bit better. Because just about every condition is just a matter of time. I'm gonna make a note. Are there any conditions that require certain actions to be removed? I don't think so. I think that was a remnant of a past version of the game that I just had not spotted needing an update yet. So, statuses. Danger zone. A character is in the danger zone when half or more of their vehicles heat cap. Right, heat is filled in. The vehicle's heat. Let's change that. Is equal to half or more of their heat cap. This isn't always a bad thing. However, oh, good wandering sword music. Some talents, parts, mods, and upgrades only work when a character is in the danger zone. And we should definitely add more danger zone effects to the game. Oh, hello?
Have you seen any random rodents recently?
No. Were you messing with the mice again?
No.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Give me just a second. I'll finish up this paragraph and then I'll come assist. Yep. Bad thing, however. Talents, parts, mods, and upgrades. is the effects. Some talents, parts, mods, and upgrades only work when a character is in the danger zone. Okay, cool. So I'll come back here and then we will do our best to make our way through the rest of this before I have to end the stream. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Check back in soon. All right. How many ways did you lose? Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Right, I restarted working a little bit before I came back from the break just because I was trying to kind of speed myself through this. Missions. Impaired characters receive +1. Okay, we're gonna grab that difficulty symbol. Can't use reactions. Also, can't use technology to communicate with other characters. Just, it feels weird to have that as a bullet point list when it's only 2 things. Slowed characters only gain half their acceleration modifier whenever their speed increases. There we go. That actually also shrinks down the amount of space needed for that. So stunned characters cannot perform any quick actions, full actions, free actions, overdrive, or reactions. They also gain +2 difficulty. And all driving checks. While they have the stunned condition. Okay, wear and tear. We are in the last part of this section. No part of racing is easy. Every time driver does it, something on their vehicle, it's going to get damaged. It might be something as simple as a scratch, or they might blow out a tire. The whole car might end up totaled. Beans. Okay. Scratch in the paint. Or they might blow out a tire. In the worst case, the whole thing might end up total. Unlike drivers whose injuries are handled narratively, oh, hang on a minute. Wear and tear. Damage and structure. As injuries are handled narratively, the damage suffered by a car must be carefully tracked. Thankfully, vehicles don't break down immediately. May even survive a fair few meetings with the guardrail. Before doing so. This durability is represented by a structure score. When they reach 0 HP, taking major damage to their chassis and other parts, cars, and vehicles. Take structure damage. Their vehicles have 4 structure. Points. While most NPC vehicles I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead because, yep, have only 1 structure point. Particularly tough NPCs may have more, though. When a character with structure reaches 0 HP, it takes 1 structure damage, makes a structure damage check, and resets its HP to full. Next, it takes any excess damage beyond what was required to reach 0 HP. Any remaining excess damage beyond what was required to reach 0 HP. This does mean it's possible for a car, or this means it's possible for a car to take several points of structure damage and make multiple structure damage checks in one turn, even as a result of the same hit, if that hit is bad enough. For instance, character with 15 HP and structure and 4 structure takes 35 damage. First they take 15 damage, then make a structure damage check. Ooh. So, and take 1 structure damage and make a structure damage check. After that, they'll take another 15 damage, now having accounted for 30 damage. Take another 1 structure damage. And again, make a structure damage check. Finally, they'll take 5 more damage, accounting for the full 35, leaving them with 2 structure and 10 HP remaining, assuming they're still driving after both structure damage checks. Their vehicle still working after both structure checks. Now let's check something over here. Ha ha ha! The vehicle is reduced to 0 structure. It is destroyed and becomes a half hazard in the last space it occupied on the track. If a, well, nope. Vehicle. Hey, when a vehicle is reduced, it is always destroyed and becomes a half hazard in the last space it occupied on the track. There we go. Structure damage. When a damage its player. Structure check. When a car is reduced, or when a vehicle is reduced to 0 HP and takes structure damage, its player or the GM makes a structure check. This represents the accumulation of smaller bumps and scratches, resulting in a major failure of some sort. Make a structure check. Roll 1d6 per point of structure damage marked. So far, including the structure damage that has just been taken. Choose the lowest result and check the structure damage table. We're going to call it the structure check table below to determine the outcome. And we're going to go with consult structure check table to determine the outcome. There are a few mods and other effects that partially or totally restore a car's HP. Both HP and structure reset. And structure. Let's change this around. Both HP and structure reset when character rests or performs full repair. There are also new mods and other effects that can partially or totally restore a car's HP. I don't think we can recover structure with anything, so yeah. Structure check table. Oh, nope, that doesn't seem right. There we go. Okay, structure check table. Check the lowest value on structure damage d6. Total structure damage d6. And then let's. There we go. Skate through. Continue your turn as intended with no additional consequences. Glancing hit. Reduce your speed modifier. Your drag modifier. And continue your turn as intended. Reduce your... 2 times your drag modifier. One mod of your choice is destroyed by the damage. Limited mods that are out of charges are not valid choices. If there are no valid choices remaining, this result becomes something that crushed instead. One of the non-mod parts on your vehicle is severely damaged by the hit. Roll 1d6. The result from the list below no longer contributes any bonuses to rolls and loses all special abilities. Brakes, tires, and steering systems. Result depends on your vehicle's remaining structure. Three plus structure. Gain the stunned condition until the end of your next turn. Roll a body check. On a success, you gain the stunned condition. On a failure, your car is destroyed. Your vehicle is destroyed. And one structure, your vehicle, is destroyed. Overheating and stress. I'm stressed. Okay, let's see. Racing puts an enormous amount of stress on every part of a car, from its engine to its electronics. This is represented by heat. Every part of a vehicle. Most vehicles are equipped with things like coolant, heat sinks, vents, and other heat dispersal systems that allow them to operate within the margins of safety. These margins often get totally disregarded by racing drivers, however, leading to levels of heat that can cause actual damage. It's delicate machines to experience levels of heat that can cause actual damage. Vehicle's heat cap determines how much heat it can handle before things get dangerous, while the total amount of thermal strain a car vehicle can take is represented by its stress score. There's only so much stress damage vehicle can take before parts start glowing and eventually turning into slag. Most player vehicles have 4 stress, while most NPCs typically have 1. So NPC vehicles typically have 1. There we go. Takes heat over its heat cap. Excess of its heat cap. The vehicle's total heat exceeds its heat cap. The high temperature puts a strain on all of its systems. Takes 1 stress damage. Makes an overheating check. Then clears all heat. Next, it takes any excess heat, any excess heat beyond what was required to exceed its heat cap. This means it's possible for a vehicle to take several points of stress damage and make multiple overheating checks in one turn. even as a result of the same incident if it's bad enough. Okay. For instance, character with a heat cap of 5 and 4 stress takes 12 heat. First, they take 5 heat. Then they make an overheating check. And take 1 stress damage. And make an overheating check. After that, I'll take another 5 heat. Now having accounted for 10 heat. Take another 1 stress damage. Again, make an overheating check. Finally, they'll take 2 more heat, accounting for the full 12, leaving them with 2 stress and tracking 2 heat, assuming they are still driving. Whew. And the vehicle is reduced to 0 stress. Is, I'm going to say always destroyed is how he is. It's a haphazard in the last space it occupied on the track. Okay, there we go. Any vehicle. Exceeds its heat cap and takes stress damage. Its player makes an overheating check. This represents the moment that the vehicle finds a way to bleed off its heat, often in a way that breaks something. To make an overheating check, roll 1d6 per point of stress damage marked. Total stress damage. Stress damage taken so far. Including the stress damage that has just been taken. Choose the lowest result and check the overheating table. To determine the outcome. And consult. That was the change. Cooling. There are a variety of actions and other effects that can partially or totally clear vehicle's heat. Both heat and stress. Reset when a character rests or performs a full repair. Or also A variety of actions and other effects that can partially or totally clear a vehicle's heat. Okay, cool. Suppose that doesn't need to be... Yeah. Vehicle... Is that half or more of its total heat cap? It's in the danger zone. Some talents, parts, mods, and upgrades can only be used when in this state. It's obvious even to observers when a car is in this state. Is like this. Smoke and steam issue from the hood, external cooling elements glow, and fire may even belch from the exhaust. Okay. Oh, we need to reduce that a little bit. One of vehicles. Heat is equal to half or more of its total heat cap. Total heat. It's in the danger zone. Some parts, upgrades. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. I can just go back to where I described danger zone, the condition earlier. Or status, really. Actually, I don't even think I need to mention that here. I can just remove that. Obvious even to outside observers when a car... This status is obvious even to outside observers. Smoke and steam issue from the hood, external cooling elements glow, and fire may even belch from the exhaust. Okay, there we go. Overheating. Check. Table. Ah, beans! What if I do 14.5? There we go. It's cheating, I know, but still. Oh, I'm increasingly thinking I may need to finish this section off stream. I am pushing my stream limit already. We'll see how much further I can get in the next few minutes, but we are, as I said, pushing the limit. Additional consequences. Increase your heat by your engine bonus. Continue your turn as intended by 2 times your engine bonus. One mod of your choice is destroyed by the heat. Limited mods that are out of charges are not valid choices. If there are no valid choices remaining, this result becomes something smoking instead. One of the non-mod parts of your car was severely damaged by the heat. Roll 1d6. The result from the list below no longer contributes any bonuses to rolls and loses all special abilities. Yeah, transmission is the one that really sucks. It all depends on your car's remaining stress. Oh, actually, hang on. In the impaired condition until the end of your next turn. Roll a tinkering check. Success. You gain the impaired condition until the end of your next turn. On a failure, your car is destroyed. And when your car is destroyed. Okay, there we are. Oh, nope, hang on. Objects and damage. Okay, we are making some progress, but it's been slow. It's slower than I wish it was. In case it becomes important to figure out how tough an object is during a racing segment, all objects should be assumed to have 10 HP unless otherwise specified. An object can be broken down into a collection of smaller objects. The GM may choose to break its HP up into a multitude of ways, from assigning 1 HP to each object in a collection of 10, or even by deciding that each piece is tough enough to discern its own full 10 HP. The GM can also choose to say that an object is too tough to be damaged by anything the players can do. Usually this is for things like cliff faces and reinforced concrete walls. Repairs and rest. Okay, that worked nicely. Okay. Thanks to the same concept of universal compatibility that made car racing I'm just going to say racing so much more achievable. Broadly main vehicle modification racing so much easier in the first place. The damage done to a vehicle during a race also becomes significantly easier Oh, hang on. I know it. Racing hobby so much easier to get into. Damage done to a vehicle during a race has become significantly easier to fix. Most people won't be making repairs in the middle of a race, of course. There may be times when the crew is doing multiple runs in a day, and the characters can perform some maintenance. In the time between runs. Of course, if they've got the time, and the few minutes between... Okay, so I gotta work on that phrasing. Crew is doing... is taking part in a full-day meetup. Characters and the drivers can perform some basic maintenance in between their runs. Of course, if they've got the time, heading back to the workshop to do a full repair is even better. There we go. Okay. Quick maintenance. Character... Oh, hello?
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
I can, sweetie, but really, can't you get it yourself?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
I know. Give me a few minutes, I'm gonna try and finish this up, and I'll be right with you, okay? If the character has at least an hour uninterrupted... If a character has at least an hour of uninterrupted downtime or light activity, they can reset their HP, clear all heat, clear any statuses and conditions affecting their car or vehicle. Ah. The crew is taking part in a more formal race where they have access to on-site facilities or a team of dedicated mechanics. The GM may shorten the time period needed to do maintenance. Full repair. Performing a full repair requires at least a whole working day, 8 to 10 hours of relatively uninterrupted labor in a workshop with all the appropriate tools. Doing so allows the characters to... a character to restore a vehicle, to full HP, stress, and structure, clear all heat, clear any statuses and conditions affecting the vehicle, gain all core power and uses of limited parts, build a new vehicle, if they have access to the right resources. Okay. Buck, the quick reference sheets. All right, folks. I am going to take one final quick break, and then we're going to hammer out the quick reference sheets, because a lot of this is just going to be copying and pasting stuff from previous sections. So I will see you in 5 minutes for what I promise will now be our last, most finalist section of the day. So be back soon. All right, sweetie. Which snack did you want? I'm going to need some water at this point because I've been talking for quite a while. So no more, no sugar for me. Welcome back, everybody. I am currently working on the, yeah, the, what am I looking for here? The quick reference sheet. That's what. Oh boy. Whew. You do that. Normal. Insert. Column break. What? Nope, nope, nope. Hang on. How did I do that? Then I can do a page break. Okay, there we go. This is heading 1. Okay, well, we don't want to do heading 1 here, but giving that its own like separate heading does make more sense. So, driving checks. Control check in a corner. Oh boy, oh boy. Focus, girl. You got this. Okay, that's basically the same. Pass check when one character tries to pass another. Both characters roll. That. Push check. Thankfully, this section can just be a lot of copy-paste from stuff we've already worked on today. Oh, hang on. Just noticed something that I might be able to make a little more elegant. There we go. And that's heading 3, that's also heading 3, so why does this look like it's lower down the page than this? Do not understand. Okay, no time to fix it right now. These one. Okay, driving checks that indicate they need to happen at the start of the turn. These 2 actions. Let's take a look at the action economy. Copy. And we're just going to do that. Replace the table entirely. Characters can't take the same action. more than once a turn, except if they overdrive at the cost of heat. Overdrive heat 1, 1d3, 1d6, then 1d6 plus 4 according to uses since last full repair. All characters can't take any number of reactions. They can perform one each turn. Is that true? I don't feel like that's true. No, okay, one per turn. Okay. What happens if... No, okay, there is a column break there. Free actions. Ease off. Use. Reduce your speed by your drag. Okay, yep. That's fine then. Okay. Speed by your acceleration. If there's chat happening right now, I apologize for not being able to pay as much attention to it, because I am using another copy of the book as another set of eyes, essentially, or another thing to look at and cross-reference to. That's the wording I was looking for, was cross-referencing. Accuracy on your next packs. Check this turn. Your card gains the shutdown status. Increase your speed. 2 times your acceleration. Increase your heat by your engine bonus. Okay. Reduce your heat by your fuel mix bonus. Reduce your speed by your drag. Change your gear to one that includes your new speed. Okay. Whoop. Other vehicles. Oh, bugger. Gain +1 difficulty on pass checks made against you until the beginning of your next turn. Ooh, hang on a minute. Let's. We do other vehicles or other. Right, other. Mm-hmm. Increase your speed. Acceleration. Increase your heat. By your engine bonus. And +2 accuracy on your next pass check this turn. Skill check, perform a skill check, clear the startup, clear the shutdown status. This is the only action you can use when shut down. Reactions. Gain resistance until the beginning of your next turn at the cost of your next turn's actions. Gain +1 accuracy on your next pass check. Gain +1 difficulty on your next control check. Move your current speed value. Movement is interrupted if a control or pass check becomes necessary. Movement continues after the check unless something would prevent this. Make any driving checks that indicate they need to happen at the end of your turn. The most common are stall and push checks. Danger zone. Characters in the danger zone when... Oh boy. There we go. The car is shut down. I'm just going to copy the whole thing. When a vehicle is shut down, clear all of its heat. Da, 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 da. Characters. Oh, come on. And then normal text. Thank you. Oh. There we go. Slowed characters only gain half their acceleration. Modifier whenever they're... Actually, modifier isn't necessary. Yeah, modifier isn't the correct term here, so we're just going to remove that. Damn the hanging word. Stunned characters cannot perform any quick actions. Okay.
Listen, all this takes a lot.
Nope, not gonna listen. Skipping on. Okay, folks. Shonk. Hello, Buns. I am stressed. I am stressed. But I have just finished the whole of part 3 of the book in a single sitting. We are at this point a whole ass hour over how long I would normally like to go. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I did this to myself. I made a goal that I would do a full part per stream. Looking at that now, that was a mistake. It's fine. It's fine. It's done. We're gonna head back over to the just chatting screen and figure out where else I can send everybody off to. Because, oh Nelly, I need to do other stuff with the day. So yeah. Okay, cool. So, head back over. Holy moly. Well, today was genuinely fun. It was nice, but there was a lot more content in part 3 of the ProtoDrive book than I remembered there being. And there was a lot of crunch that needed to be changed. And it was all tied up in like little individual word changes and that changing from, like you do the thing to a player does the thing sort of situations. Or like changing car to vehicle, that sort of thing. Or even just finding old mechanics from like version like 0.3 that were still somehow in the book. Glad I found them, but also holy moly, why did nobody report these things? Like our Discord is right there. Anyway, yeah, I will. Having made some of the notes that I made about like making changes to like the way that certain parts and mods work, I am probably going to start part 4, the catalog of the book, before next Tuesday. I'm also just going to give you all a free hydrate redeem because I can already hear my voice going crackly, crackly, crackly. Because I've been talking somewhat nonstop for the last 5 or so hours. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, I'm gonna start the catalog portion of the book before next week's stream, but we'll at least finish the catalog by the end of next week's stream. I will keep that goal in mind. Yeah. It's fine. This is fine. This is where we're at right now. We managed to do it. Good job, us. So, thank you very much for stopping by, Weary Travelers. I do hope you've enjoyed today's TTRPG Tuesday stream, even as I became more stressed and frazzled as it went on. I will be back this Friday, January 9th, to continue the post-Dawn Trail main story quest of Final Fantasy XIV. We are through the first patch's worth of quests and into the second one. Actually, we may be nearing the third, come to think of it. But either way, we've got like multiple fiends to deal with now, so like that's fun. And we've got additional stuff we'll be dealing with soon, I'm sure. We got to figure this whole thing out. I'm still not convinced that with the shutdown of those servers that all of those memories actually dissipated. I think they might just be stuck in the rocks, essentially. The rocks that are the fantasy hard drives. But anyway, for more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern, where you can find announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. So let's go ahead and find someone to send you all off to. Obviously, we can't send you off to Buns because she's not streaming right now. So let's see. Oh, it's been a while since I was able to raid out to Captain Hurricane. What are they up to right now? Ooh, building a model. Okay, yeah. I'm going to send you off to Captain Hurricane. So say hello for me when you get there, folks. Ta-ta for now. Bye. Bye. Mwah. Bye.